Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I had to get everything set up there. Got here as soon as I could. You certainly did. You were here almost the second I got started. Welcome on in, Mr. W. Let me see. Give me a second here. Okay. All right, let's... There we go. Hello, hello. Today, we are going to be working on the Beast Tamer for our art. We did the Bard last time. Good choice. Unless you did a random one. But still, even if it was a random one, good choice. Oh, are you going to scratch your scratching post? Huh? Luna's very feisty. Say hi to screen? Wanna say hi to screen? Hi. Wrong one. There we go. Luna. Yeah, I'm pretty tired today, so I'm gonna be a little bit lower energy, but yeah, we'll do our best. Probably just gonna be drawing for the most part. Yo, Bean, what up, dude? Little kitten. Should be able to. I think unlocked ones are in like a different section. You have to scroll down a little bit more. I can't remember. What up, Bean? How you doing, dude? Yeah, hi. Okay. Away you go. Currently applying for a new job. How are you, my friend? I am sleepy, as the stream title suggests. But, nice. I'm glad. I know you weren't turbo happy with your job, so, I'm happy for you. So yeah, it's probably gonna be a little bit low energy today, but it's okay. I think we're just gonna be drawing. We did the Bard last time. Pretty happy with how it turbo unhappy. Runner Bean. What? You just asked to be in here and now you want to be out? The grass is always greener on the other side of the door. Come on. Okay. Let's open Photoshop, shall we? New. Yo, DDP, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Turnip King. Now it works. Yeah, sometimes you have to like refresh stuff too to make it work. Okay. How's everyone doing today? What are you up to? What are you working on? If you're working on anything. Oh, we are designing a character, so it is going to be arguably more work. But I kind of wanted to like set up a pose and kind of figure out how like kind of how to do this, you know? I kind of almost am imagining like, because this is the Beast Tamer, so I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to do it, but I kind of imagined like our boy here or lady, I don't know. Trying to figure out how you draw someone kneeling. Why is my brain not working? It's just like a so, right? Maybe not quite like this, but and then like have like a creature. I don't know if it's like a dog or a cat or a hog or a dat, but you know, a creature of some sort. A weird looking horse. Whatever, right? A creature here. I'll have to look at reference and then him like petting said creature. And then, you know, some like armor or something. That was my thought on the composition. How do you get a beetle emote thing? Like the by your name? It's only 24 hours. Yeah, the unlock is only for 24 hours. You can only get, so I think if you're talking about like by your name, that's if you are subscribed, which does cost what, $5 per month, and then you also get all the emotes, but you know. Something like this. Probably more, less, oh god. Probably more like a sitting creature. It could, it looks so weird. What am I even doing? Whatever, a creature. Can't do that. Yeah, no, it's totally fair, and I'm definitely, you know, I would only encourage it if you can, you know. Or I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't even really encourage it. You just, you know, if you want to, you can. If you can't, you can't, you know. But them's how Twitch works. But I mean, fortunately, if you like, I think you get, I don't remember how all the channel point stuff works, but the Beat King forever. This is not really what this is going to look like, but this is the kind of idea. I think that makes sense. This could be this creature or whatever it is. I don't know if it's actually standing like this. Maybe it's like sitting. I don't know. I don't know how to draw animals. This could be like an endling or something, because technically this guy takes over enemy creatures, but I think it would be more fun for it to be like just a cute animal. Have this forever, please. I wish I could, but unfortunately, not within my power. Go send an email to Twitch. Subscribe forever. There you go. True. That is the only option. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of the general idea. I need to actually just make our Beast Tamer here. Let's actually draw what they look like. This is, can't use my mom's money. There you go. Give me just a second here. Gotta pull up my template. We need to save as. Oop, not save as. Actually, no, it will be under people. Not people. Fantasy. Beast game. Hey. If I spend $700 on subscription, that would be a very long time. One would think. I would not encourage that. You should be able to unlock every 4-ish hours using Bitcoin. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, is that the calculations on that? I can't remember how quickly you gain channel points. I'll make it a lady. Why not? Hydrate. Thank you. I feel like my sound is messed up. It feels like way louder than it should be. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. Thank you for the hydration. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm thinking kind of like, because we have like the sort of like snow area. I'm thinking like kind of like winter apparel and then like leather armor kind of deal. Is what I think I'm gonna go with. I think it should be fun. Should probably do a sketch first. You want to do Twitch streams? There you go. Nobody watches them though. I mean, I feel like that's just like, it took me a really long time to actually get people to watch, and arguably I don't even have that many, right? But I have like consistent people now. Like I can't deny that, which is really nice. You guys are too kind to me. Yeah, I mean, I've been streaming for almost, well, over a year now. So. So, I mean, it takes a lot of time to get to like, you know, where you're getting a good amount of people, more than me. Yeah, I mean, I obviously I have a decent amount, right? Like I'm in no way complaining about that. Yeah, there you go. It was kind of a bad heart, but there it is. I guess this doesn't really go with like the Ice People's theme, but I'm just gonna go with it anyway. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's what I feel like drawing. But yeah. Sorry, like I said, I'm tired today. There we go. Less consistent shapes. Yeah, it just takes a good long time, right? kind of a difficult thing to do to get a lot of people on your stream. It's no easy feat. Throw back to me thinking you were a celebrity when I first started watching. Can't do that at school. Yeah, that's fair. School definitely will take up your time for sure. Been there. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here, but we're going for it. Yeah, no, it takes a good amount of time to build a following. But I feel like it is like kind of exponential, you know, like the more people you get, the more people you get, especially on Twitch, because you are put at the top of the list if you have more viewers, you know. The more viewers you have, the more viewers you get. I think we'll keep doing YouTube videos. Nice. Yeah, those are easier to get, like, to go viral, you know, because all you need is one video. But yeah. Bean, I still don't know why you thought I was a celebrity. I still don't understand that. Like a leather, like, I don't know, something here. Because of the high quality. Well, thank you. I've told you this. Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. Fair enough. Fine. Be that way, Bean. That's even your real name. How do I make this? It's not fitting correctly, but well, here we are. Oh, I think I do this. No? Okay, well, I tried. Oh, it's because it... Never mind, I'm being dumb. You just wanted to hear it again, didn't you, you little rascal? I don't know, but like, how does like professional mean celebrity, you know? Or like, not professional, but like well-produced mean celebrity, I guess. My question. I don't... Like, I feel like there's a lot of people who have nice-looking stuff that aren't celebrities. What am I doing right now? A video or a stream? I guess that's my question. Because high people equal good. IDK. I'm a damn noob. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it, Bean. I don't think damn is a swear word. He's fine. He's fine. He is fine. I mean, damn is a swear word, but hardly a bad one. I will allow it. It is to me. I'm not playing. Fair. Yeah, let's not be aggressive, Mr. W. You can cuss, but I can't. Buddy, let's not do this. Cussing is not part of the rules. Being disruptive is part of the rules. Okay. One of the other rules is making sure it is a chill environment. So let's not be aggressive. Chill and nice. Let's fit that vibe. There you go. There's another one. Another good emote choice. I feel like you have some sort of like bracer like thing, which, you know, you can only draw so much on these sort of hands, but do. Sorry, give me just a minute here. Are you familiar with the show? And I don't know if I... Sorry, give me half a second. Let me see. Amphibia. I feel like it's not. Oop, hit the wrong button. I feel like I've heard of it. Is that like a... I've seen only a bit of it. I've watched a lot of the other yeah, this is the one I was thinking was. I've seen a lot of the other like Disney cartoons, like the what is it called? Like Gravity Falls and stuff like that. Owl House, yeah, Owl House and Gravity Falls, both very good. Yeah, I do like those. Too short, yeah. Unfortunately, they got cut short because of you know, dumb executives, basically, from what I understand. So yeah, that was definitely unfortunate. I'm trying to think what I need to add here. What characters do you think of when you think of like of like a beast tamer? What existing, like, I'm, you know, obviously like pick up from How to Train Your Dragon. Trying to think who else. Like who else would you like? What other characters? If it was the more unseen one. Yeah, I think I like watched a few episodes and then never got around to actually finishing it. I'm not happy with these gauntlet-y things either. I feel like it needs to be something more. Maybe. I don't really fit the vibe. Maybe do like little. Runner is cool. There, that's better. More appropriate. I guess we'll work on her. I feel like giving her a hood would be kind of cool. What if I watch you on YouTube and Twitch? Then you get double the fun or something. I don't know. Double the me. And I get more ad revenue. So, you know, I'll take it. Probably like a few extra cents, but I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. Luna YouTube. YT. I would assume that's YouTube, but hello. My cat's name is Luna. I will make you more money. Thank you. I appreciate that. How you doing today? We are doing some drawing. We're drawing a beast tamer. You have a character that you know of that is a beast tamer that I can reference, because I am drawing a good amount of blanks here. on what I should be even drawing. Doing some sketches. Yeah, YouTube. What to use YouTube? There you go. Yeah. Welcome on in. Hagrid? Ooh. Hagrid's pretty, like, simple. Like, as far as character design, right? He's just got a coat. Right? He's got a big old coat. Sorry for breathing. What? What's happening, Bean? No, I was just saying, like, I feel like Hagrid, he's all coat. He's just one big coat and a beard. Yeah, what brings you here, Luna? Are you what? I always find it interesting how YouTube people find me, I guess, is my biggest thing. Streamers on the top of my homepage. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that is like how people find it, right? Like it's like just randomly the top of the homepage. Cast to develop YouTube spectator abilities. Maybe. Yes, also, are you my cat? Hello, my... I'm seeing what streams are on that seem cool. Okay, good enough for me. Yeah, I'm doing art for my cooperative trading card game. Just for example, so you know. These are some of the cards I've been working on. Yeah. So. There you go. So yeah, we're just doing some character design basically, and then we'll actually draw the actual card. This guy do good streams. Thank you. Maybe, maybe not. Honestly, I don't even remember what I said, if that was like to me or not, but here we are. Or if that's in reference to what Mr. W said, but yeah, if you're into art and or game design, that's me. No, I know he does. Okay, there you go. I wouldn't be offended if you said I didn't. Okay. I'm still learning, just like the rest of us. Faking it till I make it, you know? You like to make dragon? In what way? Like drawing? Dragons? First place, baby. There you go. Nice. You like sculpt or draw, or in what way? Would love to know. E. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. Weird to also give her a ponytail out of her, I feel like it looks interesting. Make paper dragons like... Make paper dragons like make dragon puppets. Ooh, nice. That's cool. I like that. Not good yet, but I'm getting better. Heck yeah. No, I mean, that's all it takes is just starting, right? Like that's how you get better, right? That's cool. Oh, this feels right for some reason. I like she's wearing more of a hat. I feel like the ponytail always looks more like it's like utilitarian, right? In a way. Like it feels like if you're doing something more active or whatever, ponytail makes sense. I have no idea where we're at on ads. 24 minutes. Cool. Good to know. Someday I need to get Twitch. Yeah, and honestly, I really do like Twitch. Uh it's really nice because it has like it's got more options for what's it called? Like more character, more user interaction, right? Which feels a lot better. All my fellas. Sorry, my music. Maybe she has like fingerless gloves. I think that's gotta be it. Like just like I can't go too detailed here. I don't know if it looks weird, but like does it look like it's weird when your characters are this simple and try to add detail to them, you know? Like she's supposed to have like little like because she has a fur coat. I want to give her like fur sleeves, but she doesn't have sleeves, so it's just the hands. Maybe also like a fluffy like bottom part of this. We'll have to draw in more detail a little bit better after, but it's kind of the idea. Maybe, I don't know. I do like the tailcoat sort of idea. Yeah, no, I'm like thinking of like actual like beast tamer characters, right? Like yeah, Hagrid's a good one, but he's just like big guy with a beard and a big jacket, right? Like that's his character design. Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon's another good one, but he mostly just wears like leather armor. He almost looks like miniature Hagrid without a beard. You know, he's got some leather armor. The only thing I can really think of that's like super like beast tamer like apparel is like the falconer's glove, right? But my characters don't have arms. You know, I mean, I guess I could give her like asymmetrical. Doesn't even more complicated. Just focus on the beast itself. Yeah, maybe that's That's fair. I was just trying to think if I like if there was anything I could do, but you're probably right. I'm probably overthinking it. Gotta bounce Beats. Be back shortly. All right, Bean. See you in a bit. Gonna go play with a friend. All right, dude. Have fun. See you around. Okie dokie. See you around, dude. See you soon. I'm drawing these on the wrong side. Well, whatever. Anything else I want? How do we feel about her? Thoughts? Hello, Starry Skies. How you doing today? I feel like the way I said that just sounded like ever so slightly like a, I don't know, like a radio announcer. Welcome to Starry Skies. I don't know. Sorry, being weird. I am good. I didn't mean to shout. You're good. Oh, hello? Sorry, your messages for some reason. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Sorry, I got deleted on the thing. There you go. Yeah, how you doing? I'm drawing a beast tamer for my cooperative card game. If you're unfamiliar, if you haven't seen my videos, this is the game. These are all the beta cards I'm working on. Hey, Tuna. Hey, yo, Tuna, what's up? Welcome back. But yeah, we're just working on, I haven't seen you here before. Have I, Starry Skies? I don't think so. Yeah, either way. No, okay, cool. I always like to ask how you found me. What brings you here? YouTube was finally with a W recommendation. Yeah, it's always weird. That's why I always like, I don't know, I find it very weird how people find me on YouTube. Never understand YouTube's recommendation for live streams, because I usually don't get any. So I'm like, how does this even work? Recommends doing his job right. It's fate. There you go. Are you into game design and that kind of stuff? Also, yeah, Tuna, how you doing? What are you up to? It's a good day. Just ate some sushi. Ah, a cannibal eating your own. Just kidding. Is Tuna, get it? Anyway. No web design. The full stack. Okay, awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm designing a few different card games. This is my main one, but but yeah, welcome on in. We're happy to have you here. How do we feel about our beast tamer character here? She's kind of like has a little bit of a ice theme. This is a sketch, obviously, but do we like her? Do we think she's cool? Kind of got like a winter hat kind of thing, / maybe hood. Kind of hard to tell with the the characters because their necks aren't attached. A ponytail, which kind of doesn't make sense coming out of the hat, but I feel like it kind of added to the design. It could actually be like a not real hair, right? Is she human? She's human, yeah. She could be an elf technically. Because we have humans and elves. We don't really have anything else, but like maybe some hair coming down as well. Maybe give her some hair. Half snow elf. It's kind of hard to say. Like the lore, I don't have like super specific yet, so I'm unsure honestly. But it could be. What beast is she going to have tamed, and what is the setting? So technically, the way the card works currently, I don't know if it's exactly going to be the finished card, because this is one of the beta cards, so things might change. Let me actually explain the setting of the game first. That's probably a better thing. So, ice dragons. My toe is cramping. Oh no. Drink some water. Eat a banana. Quick. Stat. The theme of the game is like all of the realms basically coming together to defeat the old gods. So, let's just show the old gods first. Old gods are basically a force of entropy / chaos who are basically there to unravel all of existence. That's their thing. They want to unmake the world. Well, they're them and their monsters. The old gods are, just like symbols basically, but their monsters basically are there to like disassemble the world. The player cards are, we have only really humans and elves so far. My thought is they're probably separated nations, kind of like, in I guess most fantasy stuff, right? Like they're not usually like super intermingled, and if they are, it's rare, like in like Lord of the Rings, right? You're underrated. Thank you. Appreciate that. Physical therapy bill, $1,000. No. But yeah. So there's only like 2 elf cards. Technically, the Ice Nation could be elves. I don't know. But there is an Ice Nation that we haven't really drawn much of. Currently, it's like the Osgathians, which are like just sort of your normal humans. We've got the Holy Order, which is like their own thing. They're mostly humans, though. The Barbarians, which are like desert raider kind of people. And then we have like a bunch of like random magic people. And then the elves, which, kind of typical elf stuff. And then like a stone golem and, stuff like that. So there's like the mat themes that go throughout, but yeah. That's a general overview. And then the Beast Tamer, the card, what it's technically going to do is it basically forces the enemy's minions to attack its other cards, which is like a weird interaction that might not work well, but I want to try it. So I've actually watched a couple of videos now, so I have a good idea about about the game. I just meant the card setting, like the background and stuff. Winter, like it probably would be, we have like only a few things, like tundra is one of them. Probably something just snowy, right? Like it's a ice sort of deal. Probably snow, I guess. Right? Pretty simple. Snow, maybe a village, like a snow village kind of deal. Think like, Avatar waterbender village. True story. I went to Urbana's hospital for stomach virus flu, and Bill came out 1K, and we didn't even use name else. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. I have my mug, except it's not this one. It's my other one that I normally use, and I call it my like $25,000 mug because it's my brother had like his appendix removed, and they you know, they charge an arm and a leg for it. Of course, insurance help paid for, you know, a good amount of that, but still an absurd amount of money. Not only we had to drive there, it was over an hour away. Oof, yeah, I've been there. I don't know, I'm so sniffly. Snowy slides, ice surfing. That's an interesting concept. What it does. Have like a polar bear taming card. I was thinking like either a polar bear, or actually I wasn't thinking a polar bear. Polar bear is a good idea. I was thinking either like a cat or a dog, just because, you know, they're cute, but it could be a bear. Or a fantasy creature, like something mixed between the two. Polar lion. Yeah, right? Like some sort of like ice. I guess it could be some sort of like ice creature. Possible scam these, yeah. Attempt. Or are you feeling ice? The card. I mean, the idea is like I think. Oh God, just drank that down the wrong hole. I'm dying. I'm not dying. Technically, I don't really have a super good theme for the ice stuff. I probably should have a little bit more. It make like a little more sense, but I mostly just kind of wanted to introduce it because I don't really have any heroes that are along that theme. I'm dying. Cough, cough. Hybrid talking. Yeah. I was thinking like a gat or wait, a cat or a dog, which would be a gat or a dog. Yeah, there we go. Lion or a chimera. Yeah, maybe something more intimidating. Although I think like it'd be cute to have her like, I did this terrible drawing. I don't know what this is. Don't ask me. I tried to draw a sitting animal and then it just didn't work. But yeah, this is like the idea of like whatever. So I guess she's good, right? Do we pet the polar lion? That's what I'm kind of thinking. It'd be kind of cute to just have like, you know, something like that. I think she probably doesn't need to be any more complex. I think she's probably good. Changes size based on emotions. Leash is like red. Polar lion is Gary. Thanks. Okay. What if it was a chimera that can control minds? So like the twist is the beast is the one that applies the mind controller confusion. That is interesting. I can see that. Definitely unique. Yeah, the lore isn't like super deep on this game, to be fair. Like the game was technically designed in in 2 weeks. So at least the initial game, right? So like the lore wasn't really considered when we were doing that. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm tired today. I'm my brain is not fully functional, but does it make sense to just be kind of like it makes sense to just be kind of lines like that. Yeah, so the lore isn't super deep, but you know, I like to have a little bit going on, at least like consider it slightly. Although I really probably should be a bit better about how the lore is, like how each like thematics of each sort of nation and that kind of thing, because like some of them have really well defined ones and others are kind of a little bit less like well thought out. Like the barbarians all have like a similar sort of play style, which is, you know, just like aggressive, right? And they gain units when attacking. But some of the other nations are a little less thought out. Oh, yo, Mosta. Sorry, I was in the zone there. Sorry, very far behind. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me catch up real quick. I see kaleidoscope effect on the enemies. Ooh, that is kind of cool. In Skyrim, I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Music kind of is a little slow. Slow or low? Nice content, like, yeah, right. I watched the video on lore, which honestly gave me a whole new perspective, by the way. But my take is that you should include however much story you are passionate about making. Yeah, it's very yeah, I mean, I think lore, it really depends on for everyone, right? I think there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. I think arguably people should be trying to integrate the story into the game if it's like, well, if it's like if it's like part of the experience, right? It should be well thought out and not interrupt gameplay if that is the idea of it. Obviously, yeah, if you're making a game, you know, it's your game. You do what you want, right? But I think it should be like, thought should be put into it of like, how's the story affecting the game and how's the game affecting the story? So yeah, for sure. My personal take is like, typically, honestly, I really don't like story in multiplayer games because I'm just, you know, having fun with my friends and it just kind of takes away from the experience. We talked about this a little bit last time about like Baldur's Gate and whatever, but yeah, I don't know. Obviously you saw the video, so you saw some of my opinions on it. Beets man, yo Mosta. Sorry, I took a second to catch up on that, but how you doing, dude? Love your video. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Whether people will read or care for it or not, the fact that you're making it for yourself adds a lot of charm and character to the whole thing. Yeah, no, for sure. I think the, then I talk about it, right? Like the bottom up versus top down character design, right? Like if you're the way you work on the game does influence your, sorry, what am I trying to say? The story you put in does influence how the game plays, and I think that's very important. But like something like Hyper Light Drifter, there's like hardly any story, really, like whatever, and an impact, but like it's all like very visual, but it impacts the game so incredibly, even though it's like never tells you a word, which is maybe something I should have talked about, but you know, I only had so much time. I support you to the end, my man. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. Right back at you. Yo, Adonimus, what up, dude? In the Zone should be a song in your game. It would be if my game was digital, maybe, but it's all it's gonna be a physical card game. At least that's the goal. at some point I would like to learn digital stuff and actually make a like a video game, but yeah, this is all physical. No worries. The zone is is cool. Stay there. No. I just had to catch up. I was yeah, I don't know. I was just there. I was in it. I was in the zone. In the zone, auto zone. Is auto zone a thing outside of America? Probably not. No one probably understands that. Not no one, but none of you non-American. Anyway, here we are. There we go. I'll play some games with the wife. Enjoyed lurking here, man. I wish you a lovely rest of your stream. Thank you, dude. What's AutoZone? Should be your answer. Not for. It's like literally like a car parts store. But I just sang their jingle, which is like get in the zone, AutoZone, and then it's like you probably don't understand what that is. Anyway. All right, dude. I appreciate it. See you around. It's the wrong hand, but there you go. Wrong-handed salute. I think you left a lot of space for yourself to include lore in games because you can just put small tidbits on cards that don't have both kinds of effects. I love that detail. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, maybe like even just like for instance, I'll just show you. Because like the barbarian, you gain units when you attack. The Wastelock Fortress, which is, you know, another desert sort of thing, gains units when you attack. Technically, the desert it gives your heroes units, which kind of, you know, applies to attacking. So it's like tangential. You know, God of War gives you units when you attack, which, you know, kind of all feels in theme. And then there's other examples like that. It's probably like the best example. But some of the other things don't necessarily fully correlate. But then again, there could also be multiple play styles within each like theme, right? So like there can be yeah, I guess like the holy characters are kind of example. They're mostly defensive, right? Like these two are both very defensive in nature. But this one, like when you defeat a monster, it doesn't trigger its negative effect, which arguably isn't very defensive. It's just kind of like neutralization of the enemy, which is, I guess, you know, kind of defensive. Oh, we're in an ad. At least on Twitch. I do need to take a break, so in the meantime, you get to watch my videos. We take a 3-minute break. Of course, YouTube, we already or not YouTube, Twitch is already hitting that, so it might be a little bit quicker than that, but I'm gonna go take a few minute break. You get to watch one of my videos in the meantime. You don't get to miss anything when the ads are playing. So let's do that, and I will be right back.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind like telling us what your favorite and least favorite part of playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't think there was a single thing I enjoyed.
My friend Kyle and I made a game in 2 weeks for a competition, and as you can tell, it didn't go very well. But what actually went wrong? To get into that, let's start from the beginning. As I've been trying to get into more game development communities, I found myself stumbling into the homemade trading card game Discord server. And the coolest part about this server is that it hosted game jams, something that I usually thought was reserved for video games. For the uninitiated, a game jam is a competition where you have a set amount of time to make a game. Then you are given a prompt or theme to follow. Once the allotted time is over, the game is judged and you see who wins. Kind of like a 24-hour film festival or a hackathon if you're familiar with one of those. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the development of our Game Jam entry for the May 2024 HTCG Land Jam, Armies Against Entropy. In preparation for this jam, I partnered up with my buddy Kyle. You may remember him from my first devlog of Soul. We made the original version together. Anyway, we decided the first thing to do was to look over the judging criteria, come up with a schedule, and divide up responsibilities. This all pretty much went out the window day one, so I don't know why I bothered telling you this, but let's get on with it. As I said, this jam was hosted by the Homemade Trading Card Game Discord community, and as with most jams, there was a theme to help keep everything fair and keep people from submitting projects they worked on for years or whatever. In this case, the theme was lands. For all you trading card game people, this was clearly very Magic the Gathering inspired. Upon hearing this, Kyle and I got a document together and started brainstorming ideas. This was pretty stream of consciousness, and we tried not to discount any ideas from the start. And while we didn't take all these ideas directly, a lot of them did help us come up with different mechanics for the game. So here's some of the ideas we came up with. Land is mana, basically like Magic the Gathering. I'll say this wasn't something we wanted to do, but it was worth putting out there because it's probably everyone's first thought. That said, our goal was to move away from this and defy any expectations. Land is a battle arena / cards you fight over. I'm pretty sure I've seen other games like this before. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen it. Basically, this would be a card that you play other cards on top of to battle. Then you get to claim the land if you succeed, which would then give you some sort of benefit or bring you closer to a win condition. A game like Stack Lands. The word lands made me think of the game Stack Lands. If you haven't played this game, I would definitely recommend it. This ended up being a pretty big inspiration for the game, so we'll get into that more a little bit later. Lands are spawner cards. I was originally thinking of Loop Hero when I thought of this idea, but we ended up kind of using a little bit of this concept, but not exactly from the idea that we wrote down. We'll get more into that later. So despite us saying we had 4 days to come up with a core idea on our schedule, we already had one day one. We liked the idea of something like Stacklands, a resource management game where you generate resources and battle monsters. We ignored the sort of survival aspect with the, exception of the battling monsters part. We also decided we wanted this game to be cooperative. We thought that it would work better for this sort of format and something more unique that we could bring to this jam. Kyle had work, so before starting this game in earnest, we did a bit of brainstorming and tried to expand upon this idea in the meantime. Here are the thoughts we came up with. The game was going to have one resource. While Stacklands or other resource management games usually have many resources to manage, we wanted to take a simpler approach. This is partly because we wanted the scope to be smaller, but also because we wanted the game to be as simple as possible. While a video game like Stacklands might be able to manage having players deal with nitty-gritty resources, a real physical card game doesn't really lend itself to that and can end up bogging the game down. To go along with this, we decided land would generate units. These units acted as both health and damage when placed onto cards. We had debated on whether or not these units would be different types of creatures and had different effects based on what generated them, having different lands generate different units, but we figured in the end this would make the game much more cluttered despite maybe sounding more interesting. So we ended up keeping the units basic and allowed the card to change the unit's functionality. For example, the idea behind it was like sending a peasant to a castle makes them a knight. We also decided units would be represented by tokens rather than cards. Originally I was opposed to this idea, seeing we were trying to make it like a trading card game, but then I looked at Magic and was like, oh, okay, right. I have returned. Sorry about that.
Uh,
We also decided there would be 5 types of cards: gods, heroes, structures, lands, and spells. Spells we didn't include in the first There we version go. as it didn't seem necessary. Oops, that's my face. There we go. Okay, I have returned. We are here. We've got like a few more lines to draw, and then we've got her down. Are any of y'all working on anything or doing anything cool right now? Let me know. I would love to hear. Trying to start the comic I talked about? Heck yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, comics are a lot of fun. I do miss doing my comic. It's a lot of freaking work though. I mean, it's a lot of work. But I would say it's rewarding. But work shouldn't necessarily like mean not fun, right? Work can be fun. Should we give like this also fluffs? Is that too much? What do we think? More fuzziness, more fluffs. Like that, or who dis? This is the Beast Tamer. Just kind of got like an ice aesthetic. Like a ice people. I don't know. Mostly conflicted on how to execute my idea because that's the most important part in the end. Yeah, no, I feel you. Talk to me about it. What are you conflicted on? Because I might be able to help. I mean, I've done a comic before. Again, not super well, but... Or not even that it wasn't well, it was just... like 2 issues, you know? But it's still like, you know, enough work that I would say that it was... that I did it. You know, I made a comic. I also do want to do another comic. I have like an idea for it, but I just haven't. There we go. I think that's cool. Okay. I thought I drew on the wrong layer for a second. Because I can definitely give you some suggestions if you need it. New character, who dis? I've been brainstorming. Also, yo, welcome in. Yeah, did I ever figure out how to say your name? Oh, my dyslexic brain cannot read right now. Grotesian? Nope. Help. Either way, welcome back. I will actually no, you're in my Discord server. Right? I'm like, I know your face. You're by that I mean your profile picture. Sorry. Give me a second here. But yeah, let me know how to pronounce your name. Anyway, I've been brainstorming for a board game out of boredom, and usually not that and actually not that bad so far. Ran some playtests, but balancing is hell. It's either insanely hard or very chill and not at all hard. Yeah, I get that. That's kind of a little bit like how Armies is right now. It's definitely either too hard or too easy, but we're in the balancing phase, right? All the ideas are out, so the balancing phase is at that point. So I feel your struggle there. Stories about a genius prodigy who really passionate about garbage collection. Okay, you told me about that, which is fun. And kind of alienates himself from everyone who has a high expectations from him. He builds a garbage ship and starts a company, allows a crew, our useless snarky robot and princess who is trying to understand simple noble works they do. That sounds very cute. I would read that comic. Comic Jam would be fun. Ooh, that would be kind of fun. Yes, I joined the Discord server yesterday. I'm gonna try to pronounce your name. Grotinachus? I don't know. Like I said, I'm very dyslexic, so help me out. Let me know if I'm saying anything right or wrong. Probably wrong. But yeah, welcome in. I'm happy to have you here. But yeah, Comic Jam would be kind of cool. I do want to do a have like a fantasy sort of like beast hunter sort of like romance comic that I wanted to do. But you know, who knows when I'll have time to do that. I was thinking just doing like a mini like trailer sort of comic, right? But who knows when I'll get to that. I've like tried to do a panel, but I'm trying to draw in a much more realistic style, and anatomy is definitely a struggle. So you said it more or less right the second time. Reads more like Grotinakis? Grotinakis? Brokeback Feast points. Anonymous, no. I mean, I can show you what I started and be self-conscious about it because it just wasn't turning out right, but I can show you. You just have to not laugh at me. I know you wouldn't, but where is she? Mirror? Mirror? No. No. Yes. I guess this is it. Doesn't really show up very well. Let me just open this here. That'll be better. Yeah, there she is. I was working on it. It you know. This was like the start of a panel. I was just gonna do like, you know, it was like a few panel sort of trailer sort of thing, but that's her. I don't know. The anatomy wasn't quite working out. Legs are too stiff. One of the advice I got though was drawing the character from the side. Obviously that's nothing right now, but that was the advice I got. So it's not bad. Way better than I could draw anyway. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not bad, right? I know it's like the details I feel really happy about, right? Like her bracer looks good and like that kind of stuff. Her hand's too small. Her, hair's okay. Her face is a little weird, but boots, I kind of like the detail on those. but the problem really is just the anatomy, and like the pose looks kind of stiff, right? Legs are always difficult. So anyway, but thank you. Yeah, I have like skills in certain areas, but I definitely have areas where I'm lacking. I think starting story with a space worm chasing the ship, but I feel like sort of generic. I don't want to explore the backstories of the characters from right at the start. Yeah, so like a non-linear sort of storytelling kind of deal. Kind of feels like I don't know, I might look into like so the the princess, so the first episode is the princess joining the crew. It kind of feels like Firefly-esque. Might watch that and get some inspiration from that, because I can't remember exactly how it starts with the doctor and his sister joining, right? So like taking some sort of inspiration from that and trying to figure out how they started that would be there you go. That's my thought. But yeah, I think you could definitely I think you could start with something like that. But I don't think it needs to be that complex either, right? You could do something like more mundane. I guess it depends on like what sort of tone you want to set for the story, I guess, is probably what my advice would be, but it's not really advice. It's just kind of like brainstorming. Anyway, I mean, if you want to be able to draw a bunch of perspective poses, yeah, well, just like figuring out how her legs should be, like this leg should be forward, right? So drawing the perspective of the side really does help you think about how it should be drawn from the front. That's kind of the idea. Hello, welcome back, Luna. I can't draw characters at all, anything organic really. The best I can do is figures made of boxes and cylinders. Well, here you go. This is kind of, I mean, honestly, like I hadn't had a whole bunch of projects before I started doing art, or like, art for this. That's somewhat untrue. But even a simple, like when I did my comic is probably the better example, which has a similar style to this. And I just said this last time, but my best advice for getting better at art is just starting a project. Because it will make you improve a lot. And it makes you do things that you wouldn't normally do, which also is like extremely helpful. It's like, oh, I gotta draw a character. Okay, well now I gotta draw hands, which I can't draw, so I guess I'm gonna get better at that. And starting with a simplistic style, I don't think is a bad thing either. So I wouldn't feel bad about that either. Anywhere is a start if that's your goal, is to get better, right? So yeah. I mean, these characters are just boxes, right? They're like little circle people. Very simplistic, and I've gotten good at making them look more interesting. But I wasn't, like, I've gotten so much better since the start of this project as far as art goes. Kind of ridiculous story. So there are going to be lots of high stakes situations mixed with just cleaning out garbage clutters, like a space pirate mafia boss kidnapping them after escaping jail. Yeah, I mean, then I guess, like, the escaping the space worm could be good. But I also kind of see what you're saying, though, too. Like, it might be, like, kind of generic. Which isn't always a bad thing. Like generic isn't always bad, right? But your idea sounds very like interesting, so I feel like there might be a way to like kind of leverage that more sort of interesting perspective on. Sorry, I'm not like making a whole lot of sense. My cognitive functions are still still malfunctioning. Yeah, I don't know. Let me give that some thought for a second. Because yeah, I think yeah, starting is always like a difficult thing. I mean, obviously, like writing the story is probably a good, you know, writing out like your at least a base outline right before you start, and then maybe you'll get ideas for something that will be like a better way to start the story, especially if it's starting not at the beginning, right? Like, especially if the beginning of the story is like how the princess gets there, right? It might be worth creating a situation that makes sense why she would be getting there, right? So, which I mean, I'm sure you're doing, but I don't know. I'm just kind of saying things and hoping that I sound smart. You're multitasking so many things, so it's impressive that you can do anything at all. My brain starts to shut off when I do two things at once. Yeah, honestly, I think I used to be worse at it, but after streaming for almost, what, a year now? Well, no, over a year now. It's definitely helped. But yeah, hopefully what I'm saying is at least somewhat helpful, at least to get your thoughts flowing. How much time do you spend on art for a card? It really depends. Initially, not a lot of time. I had to get 80 artworks done about in 2 weeks, and arguably it was less than that because the game design came first, so it was like maybe a week and a half. So whatever you want to divide that in time, like what, like 16 hours of waking time, maybe? Is that right? 8 hours sleep. No, it's just, yeah, it was like 12-hour days. 12-hour days divided by, or times, sorry, 80 artworks divided by 12. 6 artworks a day. That right? So 2 hours maybe. That's about right, honestly. Usually I spend it. Hero characters usually take, or like the hero cards usually take longer than my my other cards because I have to draw the character and then draw like the background and all that stuff. So yeah, heroes usually take a little bit longer, but like lands and stuff, usually those take like an hour or two, yeah. So heroes probably 3 to 4 hours. Lands and stuff, like other like structures, lands, etc., usually 1 to 2 hours. So usually I get like a card done per stream at least if I start one. A singer ship would be attacked during a diplomatic mission, so you get stranded in space, but picked up by the garbage ship initially. She's disgusted, but slowly sees the MC's passion. Nice, I like it. And then she starts thinking about joining them, and their expands her perspective. Then she tells them she's joining them when they escort her back to her planet. I think it's a good hook to the story, but yeah, I mean, I think that sounds cute. I mean, it sounds like, you know, it's not like a story I haven't heard before, right? Like, I guess, right? Like, not the garbage part, but like the, you know, a character like, you know, growing and, you know, someone in an unfamiliar thing that decides to stay somewhere that they don't seem like they belong, right? Like, I mean, but I don't take that as like, that is a bad thing, right? I think it sounds very wholesome to me, and I think usually wholesome is taking scenarios that we like real life scenarios, right? That we get feelings from, right? And I think that sounds very cute. I think you should go for it. I think that sounds good. It's not necessarily like, because one of the things my mom says, I think she may have gotten from somewhere else, but anything you've do has been done before. It just hasn't been done by you. So, it's not about what you do, it's about how you do it. And I fully believe that. Like, the execution of the thing is so much more important than just, like, the concept, right? So if you do it well, then turn out great. If you don't, then, you know, maybe not, right? So, but the idea sounds good. Idea is like half the battle, right? Maybe even less than half the battle. I find that inanimate objects, buildings, backgrounds, objects aren't very hard to do. It may be just me, but I have more experience with them. No, I mean, for me, I also agree. I think inanimate objects are much easier, like mountains and stuff, because then you can be more abstract with them. Or like a character, usually, you know, you have a lot more detail going into them because they're the focus of something. Especially, like, you know, backgrounds, you can be more abstract, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's very simple and chill, but would also have crazy situations. I associate those terms with Spy X Family, for example. Yeah, that would be, yeah. I love that show. It's a great show. Fantabulous show. Whenever I draw objects in the I already read that, didn't I? Oh, wait, no. No, I didn't. Whenever I draw objects or backgrounds, it takes a little time to turn. Takes me a little time to. I mean, it turns out great. However, when I draw characters, I spend a bunch of time and it looks terrible. The characters are just so hard to do, dude. They're not easy. It's partly human psychology working against you, though, because as people, we are designed to recognize human features. So, you know, as a social people, we are very programmed to recognize, you know, human shapes. So it's your own brain working against you, unfortunately. Don't worry, I get you. Don't think it's bad to do something that's already been done as long as you bring something new to it. Yeah, honestly, some of my like favorite shows and stuff are just like the ones that like do something good that you're already familiar with. Like, you know, like slice of life kind of stuff, yeah. Just think that the thing that inspired you was also inspired by someone else. Yeah, I like that. That's fun. I have the opposite problem. In what way? I can draw characters, but I can't draw a building to save my life. Yeah, usually it comes in one, like it's one or the other, right? Nah, I was thinking about giving her a mask, but I think seeing her face is going to be more important. She'll, you know, be happy to be with her animal of whatever it may be. When I draw characters, usually do is that I fully cover them in armor and gear, so more or less drawing object than a human. That's so relatable. I'm a sucker for sitcoms. I can sit through 8 seasons of one in like a week and not get bored. Yeah. Rot. Should share your work on the Discord. Yeah, you should. I would love to see it. Definitely share it, and if you want to, in stream chat or your creations or whatever, if you feel so inclined. And that goes for everyone, really. If you wanna share anything, please do. You can show it off. Yeah, my character's feet are suspiciously out of frame. That's exactly how I feel. I was doing that, there was one card I was doing for Blight of Blackridge, and I'm like, I can't draw the legs, just cropped. Just cropped it. I was like, all right. I tried, but... Okay, hands are good. Head, those are the eyes. We want to merge these layers. Don't need the sketch anymore. All right. I probably will have another video coming out. Probably, honestly, there's a good chance by the end of the week. It won't be on my channel though. It is something I'm doing with a friend. Is going to be very kind of different from what I normally do on here. Some of you may know in a past life, I did a lot of prop making, hence all my props and stuff. And actually, spoiler alert, one of the things the video is on is this diorama behind me. But you know, the mask and stuff, like all that's stuff I did in my last job / you know, my spare times. So spare time. So yeah, I'll have a video on that coming out soon. You can look forward to that. The editing is almost done. My eyes. But yeah. Let me organize my layers. Actually, I probably, well, whatever. All right, let's do colors. The only thing we really have that's supposed to be part of the Ice Nation besides the ice card itself is this card. Which I do like the colors on, so we'll probably sort of copy those. So let's pull that up. There's something I gotta check real quick. Just for my own sanity. How do I do this? Oh, maybe not. Never mind. We'll do it later. I'm just trying to think because there's just something that I did that I want to make sure is someone say something entertaining, quick. Something entertaining. There you go. Thank you. So helpful. There's just something I wanted to check here, and I don't know how to get to it anymore. God, like moderation settings are just not easy on here. There it is. Okay, sorry. I had to check something because I thought that there was some weird stuff going on, but the color of the color palette with the tamer have, yeah, I'm thinking this right here, this sort of ship color, because this airship is supposed to be kind of part of that Ice Nation. So the ship itself, I think, is gonna, or the Beast Tamer is gonna have similar colors going on with them. I'm looking at the very wrongest folder. Card art, player cards, structures, airship. All I have for now is a concept and some basic rules that aren't really working, so I don't have much to share. Well, if you ever do have anything, we'd be happy to take a look at it. We're a sharing kind of group here. Don't leave this open. Don't. I should save. Oh, there we go. It'd help if I drew on a different layer. We can do some quick selecting. We don't have to do as much work. It wouldn't be the fluffy parts, just this stuff. Meow, 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 meow. Like this has to be colored, but it also feels weird that there's no like line of separation. I guess that wouldn't be colored. Out color. Yeah. I got nothing. My brain's empty. Head empty. Check out Marissa and her line from Street Fighter 6. You want inspiration for a cool line tamer sort of look? Okay, yeah, I'll take a look. I'm thinking this is too boring currently. It just looks like it's grayscale. I'm thinking maybe we switch to this color here. Yeah, that's cooler. Yeah. Yeah. I will definitely take a look at that. Let's look her up. Okay, she's kind of like beefy strong lady, huh? Or is it a specific one? Lion. Oh, okay, yeah. That's cool. The lion wears the crown. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. Cool reference. I can dig it. We got a Twitch achievement. Just called Business Empire. Or Empire of Business. Stream for 500 hours total. What inspired this design? Honestly, I knew I needed to do, or I wanted to do some sort of like ice nation as like part of the lore. And I guess I was just thinking sort of like a little bit you know, Avatar waterbender, you know, kind of design. Like what, Inuit sort of I don't know what the correct term is anymore, honestly. Hi, I'm here. Yo, Halfling, what up? What else? And then sort of like the leathery parts is like, you know, beast tamer kind of concept. I figured, you know, usually leather armor feels like sort of a beast tamer thing, even though it kind of doesn't make perfect sense. I don't know. So kind of a few different things. I don't know. I think she seems fun. Not much. It's cool. Yeah. I think she's looking interesting at the very least. What color does metal? Like silver color here? Drawing the beast tamer. Yep. That's her. This is her. Figured we'd go with, again, there's an ice nation. Figured we'd go with that. Why not? Didn't really have to be. I thought it'd be fun. Skin tone. All right. Slightly distractible today. I apologize. Maybe that. I almost feel like less of her neck should be showing, kind of, so to say. Because it's cold out there, you know what I mean? Hot in here, it's cold out there. Well, other way around. It's actually really hot here. The weather has been either really hot or, like, right now it's just stupid humid where I'm at. Doesn't help. Actually, is usually the worst inside when it's just, like, super humid, and then you're sleepy, same, yeah. But yes, I am, yeah. It's been cooler, but the problem is when it's cooler, my AC doesn't kick on, and then my room gets hot in here, and then it's just like, and it just doesn't get the humidity out of the air, so it's just kind of bad. Anyway, here we are on this Earth-like planet. Whenever I tried making fantasy stories or characters, just end up categorizing them as D&D characters. IDK, if I can actually do anything interesting fantasy things, that's a standalone. I mean, my stuff has definitely been primarily like D&D fantasy like, especially the initial concept of this. Like, it's like very you know, that's not the right color. It definitely was like, you know, very generic, but as I expand it, I'm trying to make it less so. Like, I do have elves in this, but I don't necessarily have like dwarves and gnomes and like all that kind of thing, right? I have not. I've specifically tried not to because I felt like I didn't need to, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe I should? I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts? It's got some books from the library. Nice. What books you get? Fantasy is one of the more common genres, so I feel like it's hard to stand out in it, despite technically having limitless potential. I think it's because people just do follow the tropes of fantasy, and they feel the need to follow all of them if they follow one. Like again, like, I don't think I necessarily need to have like elves and gnomes and blah blah blah, and you know, like all right. Like I don't need to have all of them. I think you can kind of pick and choose, and that's I think where people get kind of in the generic trap, because you don't have to include everything if you include one. I don't know. Maybe that's just my thought. I don't know if it's actually true or not, but that's my opinion on it after giving it exactly 2 seconds of thought. Fearsome creatures of the Lumberwoods. Sounds interesting. Sounds kind of cool. Know nothing about it, but sounds interesting. It's cool. For some reason, I don't know why. I think I saw unlucky in your name and then saw cool, and then my brain thought you said it's uncool. And I'm like, all right. I don't know why you got it from the library then, but sure. I'm sleepy. Okay, we got 4 minutes to an ad. I guess I'm going to finish coloring here, and then probably should do some like obnoxious color behind her so we can tell if, yeah, see, I knew we were going to miss a bunch of stuff there. Nearly all my stories are fantasies, but always mixed with something like post-apocalyptic fantasy, modern vampire fantasy, sci-fi fantasy. Yeah, no, I get that. I think that's totally fine, right? My D&D campaign is post-apocalyptic fantasy. Yo, Jacob. I can tell, Beets. Yeah, I'm a sleepy boy, but we're working anyway. For anyone who is not aware, we're going to be doing an ad in about 2 minutes. We always take a break when we do the ad, and you guys can watch one of my videos in the meantime, and you won't miss anything because I will also be taking a break. So there you go. What are you drawing? This is the Beast Tamer. Kind of got like a little bit of an ice theme. Yeah, this is the Beast Tamer card. I don't know why I'm drawing this by hand. I could have just, you know, done the selection tool, but I think I still will. I always expand my selection by a little bit and then just go to the layer and paste it. Pro tip. And you can kind of clean it up a little bit after. Let's see you again, Tuna. Yeah, look at that. Friends. Do you have an idea of how to implement social deduction / sabotage game? I've thought of adding them, but I have no idea how they could be implemented. Social deduction or sabotage mechanics. I mean, I kind of my Blight of Blackridge is kind of sabotage-esque. I can kind of go over that if you haven't seen my video on that, unless you have, and then, you know, we can kind of just talk about it in general. I've thought of that too, and I think I thought of that for Blight of Blackridge as well, where it's like the more social deduction sort of thing. But I didn't fully commit to that. It's kind of more just like backstabbing. But we can definitely talk about that a bit. We're gonna hit an ad though. Well, I always imagine them as Zerk. Are you planning to do a Giant green leopard next to her or what? Yeah, something something like that. Some sort of giant creature of some sort of maybe not necessarily giant, but some sort of creature. The idea was her like petting it, you know, like taming it. All right, ad starting. I'll be back in a few minutes. BRB.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your
We've already
head,
seen some of
would
this.
you
We're
mind
like 5
telling us
minutes in.
what your favorite and least favorite part?
And finally having all our ideas together, Kyle and I met up on Discord and quickly put together a player deck. We use a lot of placeholder stuff like random fictional hero names and random structure ideas. Then once we got it all together, we sat down and played the game. And unfortunately, it sucked. It wasn't fun at all due to the game basically being made in such a way that whoever went first would always be the winner. We really didn't want this to be a dueling game anyway, so we pretty much gave up on that idea and decided to start making a monster deck. So in that vein, we started working on the mechanics for the evil deck, and here's what we came up with. The evil deck would have similar types of cards: monsters, which were just heroes renamed, structures, lands, and spells, and then what we were tentatively calling demons, which were the opposite of gods. However, to keep this from getting too confusing, I'm going to call them by their final names, which were the old gods instead of demons. Secondly, rather than having units, monsters would have a set power level, along with an attack order. This meant we didn't have to make any decisions allocating units or deciding who they attack on their turn. The cards essentially play themselves. And lastly, we wanted some sort of conquest mechanic. One of our ideas for this was to have reversible cards. As you defeat an evil card, it would flip and then become yours. However, we decided to start simple and just have it so the cards granted bonuses on the evil card's death. So one of the things I didn't mention is from the time we sat down around 7-ish, we had a playtestable game around 11. That includes making the players only version and the monster version and playtesting both. This was possible because of a few tools: Google Sheets, Dexterous, and Tabletop Simulator. Google Sheets allowing us to make spreadsheets for our cards, Dexterous being able to interpolate that information into cards, and then seamlessly importing it into Tabletop Simulator. I'll probably be making a video on that at some point, but I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out if you're making your own game. And because these tools were available to us, we were able to make a fully playtestable version in 4 hours. And the crazy part about it is that it was fun. We were already seeing the game taking shape, the game felt cool, and the interactions and synergies of the cards were already coming together. We were just having a good time playing. So now that the game was functioning, let's actually explain how the game works rather than just talking in vague terms. First, the players would select a god. The gods act as a sort of passive bonus along with being your lose condition. If your god dies, you lose the game. You also choose your opponent's old god to serve as the difficulty of the game. Then players would draw cards from their deck, and that's basically the extent of setup. Then on a player's turn, they will draw a card and play cards into their play space. This includes heroes, structures, lands, and spells. After cards are played, then you enter the unit phase. Here, any cards that gain units do so and are placed onto the cards. From there, you're allowed to move the units from card to card, granting them more power. Effectively, these units grant you more health, and if the card can attack, it grants them more attack power. After this, you're allowed to attack, and then your turn will be passed to the next player. But before we talk about attacking, let's talk about the enemy. The old god determines how many cards it draws per turn. As it draws cards, they are placed in order and then resolved. Monsters with an attack order attack, and then all other cards do the effect that is set on the card. So with all that said, let's go back to attacking. When a player attacks a monster, they must have a sufficient number of units to destroy them. When they do so, they will lose the number of units equal to the card's power level. On the other hand, if a monster attacks, the player's card will lose that number of units, but the monster will not take any damage. And lastly, if a player manages to destroy all the other old god cards from their deck, then they can attack the old god directly and win the game. Now that you get the point of the game, let's change it completely. Okay, not really, but hang tight as I explain. So, as I mentioned before, we wanted to do some sort of conquest mechanic, allowing players to take monster cards and use them as their own, and vice versa. Kind of like one of those games where you send spaceships to other planets. The prophecies have foretold. Whatever. I don't know what they're called. If you're enjoying that video, check it out on my YouTube. I believe that is my my Armies Against Entropy one, my first video on that. Also, thank you for the follow, Jaco. I'm surprised you weren't following, or did you accidentally unfollow? I don't know. Was that extremely loud for anyone else or just me? I need to know. My audio levels are all messed up. What if the cold area was centered on artificial or altered magic creatures? So here are my current thoughts on the ice thing. We have like a lot of like transportation sort of themes, along with like sort of a little bit technological, like building an airship has got to be like somewhat a technological / magic feat. It's like the little crystal on there. So there could be that sort of thing, right? So I think it's like maybe the intertwining of technology and magic, because they're kind of thing. And then also sort of like transportation and like structures, because the tundra grants more units on structures. But I don't know exactly how the Beast Tamer plays into that. Plays into like charm a bit, like having more creatures on your side, but that doesn't really relate to ice at all. So I couldn't tell you. But they don't have like a whole coherent theme yet per se. But yeah, that could be interesting, having like magical creatures or something. And then maybe that would explain why they can like somewhat tame the old god creatures, is because they have experience with like magically altering animals or something. I don't know exactly how that would work, but it's a cool concept. It could be because there's not much. Sorry, okay, well now you have an explanation. It could be that there's not much organic life there, so they survive using magic to populate it and making livestock, pets, relatable creatures, etc., specifically made for those climates. That's cool. I think it's cool because the Beast Tamer's profession would be like essential in their culture. That is actually really cool. I like that a lot. Light backstabbing is cool and all. I already have mechanics that allow screwing people over. However, I thought of adding something like Among Us. Yeah, I was definitely thinking that when I was contemplating more on Blight of Blackridge. I think the biggest thing with social deduction is just making things unknown for the player. It didn't work out. Actually, so here's what it was. It didn't work out, unfortunately. But there were certain things. The corruption mechanic, part of the idea was once you become corrupted, you could play your corrupted cards and people at first would not know. Like when you initially play a corrupted card, people wouldn't know that you died. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out that way because of the way mealtime works. Because when you get a mealtime card, it's like, okay, you have to take a card. And if you're not taking a card, it means you're dead, right? So you kind of got weird that way. But the concept was there, right? Like when a player dies, you don't know that they're dead. So it's social deduction there is all about not knowing, right? Is hiding, obscuring some sort of fact about the other players. And that, I guess, is how you would try to implement it. Obviously, I need to know more about your game in general in order to like fully understand that. But yeah, that's my initial advice. I don't know. Those are my initial ramblings. I unfollowed and followed to get extra coins. Did that work? Oh, my strategy above did not work. Did not work and didn't. Did not work. It didn't work. Okay, gotcha. Problem is, I don't know how to implement such mechanics so that an imposter can be sabotaged without without outing themselves. Yeah, it gets kind of weird. That's kind of, like I said, that was kind of my problem with Blight of Blackridge. I'm an over-explainer. No, I think it's a cool idea. I like that a lot. Typo. Yeah, no, I realized that after the fact. Stream Boo denied. Get dunked on, Stream Boo. Badunk. Okay. What's her girl need? She needs her eyes back. There we go. She needs this color to be filled in. Where's my pen? Here's my pen. Yeah, no, I think that's a cool concept for the thing. The lore. I think I want whatever my next game to be. Well, it's kind of hard to say. Part of me wants to make like the lore much more important. Because I kind of was like, lore is an afterthought here. And so it doesn't feel like it's the integral or like well integrated necessarily into the game, just because it was kind of like a, you know, sort of an afterthought, or like, you know, one of the things that was like least prioritized. So it's still there, and I think it's still like, you know, cool, but I think it would be cool to prioritize it a little bit more. I've missed a lot. Yo, Dingus Mortimus. What up, dude? Bean told me that if you show up, that he sends his regards. So there you go. You'll leave Streambo alone. It's my number one viewer. No, I'm your number one viewer, and yeah, I'll fight Streambo to the death. Hi, Mortimus. Yes, I can take out 305 Bitcoin loan. I'll give you the interest. Unfortunately, I can't give you anything as far as I'm not allowed to give you points, unfortunately. I don't have it. I can't. It's not something I can do. I think it only takes like an hour of watching, maybe. I don't know how that, no, not an hour. Less than that? I don't know. You're thinking of making enemies that mimic their playable counterparts, like a siren type monster to do similar things as a beast tamer. That would be too difficult because we did have stuff like that, and that got weird. So it works one way, but maybe not necessarily the other. We'd have to really think about that. Why? I want to get a doodle. Ah, you're close to a doodle, eh? Hey, Beast Tamer, the idea that we thought would be held to balance properly to do? Yeah, pretty much. Here's the way we have it currently working, and it's in the beta, so it's okay if it's broken, right? And then maybe we just end up changing it eventually, right? If it doesn't work, but it's in the beta, so it can be broken. It's got a unit effect. You have 5 more units on it. When a minion attacks this hero, it instead attacks an Olgog card using this hero's units to attack. So it's kind of like a revenge damage thing, which is kind of interesting, but shrug. I don't know if it'll work. I haven't thought it all the way through, but we'll see. One of the things we did though, and if like to make things work for Gotta Sacrifice is, or not Gotta Sacrifice. God of Retribution. Was it? No. One of these cards, we use the base effect to explain the... I don't know. I'm too tired to figure it out. But one of them, we use the base effect to explain the ability more. And I think that's something I might do going forward. So, oh, it was the Bard. It was the Bard. Where's the Bard? Oh, yeah. The Bard. Yeah. The base effect is explaining the ability more, so... That's the wrong sim... Oh, no, it is. Then... Yeah, whatever. Either way. Oh god, I'm so far behind. So the game is a semi-co-op game about some people trying to train out people on a train trying to outrun a blizzard to reach the mountains while they're fending off bandits and stuff. Sounds cool. I'll think about that for a second. I need 12.3K to do that. Beets, let me... Oh, you already read that. I think the lore doesn't need to be super deep since it's a cute game. Unless Netflix wants to make a show about it once it blows up. Maybe I'll make a show about it. But yeah, sorry, Jago. I can't unfortunately give you bits. Not bits, points. That's interesting. Bard is in now. Yep, Bard's here. Look at that. Isn't he beautiful? Isn't he a beautiful man? Look at him. I leave for like a week and all balance goes out the window. Well, this is the beta. The beta balance doesn't matter in the beta. And this is the last beta card we're probably doing for a while. I don't know how I feel about all that. I'm kind of... Once I'm done with this card, I have no idea what we're going to do on streams going forward. I'm going to have to figure that out. Because... I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. We're definitely gonna have to figure some stuff out, because this is kind of like me just doing something to do something. Toot! Unleash the Bald. What an entrance. Charisma plus 100. Yeah, we're really gonna have to figure out what we're doing, because we could just make like a crap ton of beta cards and just keep working on them. Especially because I had an idea to do cards based on like the gods and make sets. And by I had the idea, I mean everyone we talked to when I did play testing was like, I feel like this should... I don't know why I did a mocking voice, but I feel like this should, you know, we should have cards that, you know, synergize properly for your like your base game. And I'm like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense, but I don't know. So I don't know. We could make like a crap ton of cards for the heck of it, but that is what we like to call potentially scope creep. I don't know. And we really need to be working on the balance of the game, so adding more cards is not helpful for that. So I don't know. Oh god. We can have a brainstorming session on stream. Yeah, honestly, probably will. We usually do. We usually do when we're in between stuff. I'm like, I don't know what we're doing today, guys. And then we, and then I start, usually just do stream improvements. Arguably. is probably what we will do. Each player has a secret objective that they need to complete before reaching the mountain, and the train is destroyed. It doesn't reach the mountain. All players lose. Makes sense. So you need to balance between helping out your team and working together to personal goal. That does sound cool. So it's train advancing every turn, or is there something similar? Basically, usually love those sort of games. So wish you luck. Yeah, they are. That is really cool. It's making me think of Frostpunk for some reason. I don't know why. And also Snowpiercer, but you know, that's, you know. Why? Did you say Blizzard, or am I like just thinking of snow stuff because I'm doing this? Yeah, Blizzard. Okay. Where you have to think who's trying to do what, and according to who's closest to their objective and who would cooperate with to what extent. I love those games. Yeah, it does sound cool. Train advances every turn unless the locomotive is damaged, and the players can use resources and time to speed up the train. However, Storm moves faster and the normal speed of the train. Interesting. I can love Snowpiercer. It's been a while since I watched it, but it was cool. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, based on what you're saying, I feel like social deduction could easily be a thing. It's just, you have to like somehow mask what players are doing from other players, right? That's the biggest, you know, the biggest way to, you know, add that in there. Obviously I'd have to know like how the mechanics work and how that kind of, you know, gets in, like how those interplay, right? To kind of really know how that would work. But I mean, based on the theme, it sounds like it would work. Right? So, you know, if different players have different goals, you could have something like, I'm trying to think how exactly you would do that mechanically. Trying to think of other examples I've seen or how I would do it. Let me brainstorm that for a second. I mean, clearly you'd have objectives, right? That's what you said. So each player would have their own objectives, which would probably be given to you via your character or some sort of objective cards or something like that. This is just me. If I'm just, the way I'm thinking through this is like, if I were to design this game, what would I do? So I could be completely wrong, but I'm just going to try to brainstorm it and see what I can come up with. I mean, obviously if it's something that only you have, then other players won't know what it is. Therefore, they would have to figure that out. I guess a way to do that would have, I mean, it's kind of how, you know, Among Us works, right? Is that, players need a reason to do things, even if, or like a player can do something, even if it's something that they're not supposed to be doing. Right, that's kind of how it is. Like, so if you as soon as you start the game, draw 2 objective cards, choose one. Look at my favorite board game, Nemesis. I haven't played Among Us. You can give player roles, yeah. Oh my god, hi 2. Look at that. Friends. I think she's done. We just need to put her in a card now. This took us a good while, huh? Toots, halfling. Toots. Okay. I don't know what this creature is. I don't like its posture. But this is the idea. You guys are freaking out. I love it. Okay, yeah. Social deduction, you basically need tasks that people can do, and you need to be able to do those tasks whether you are whether they are something that you are supposed to do or not. Right? Like you need to be able to do things for the sake of convincing other people that you're doing them for another reason. Which I know is just like a like that's like the basics, right? But like I think that's like the important thing to get at. Maybe a scar running through the eye. I could give her more face detail. I think for now she's done though. I don't think she needs more necessarily. I'll be back. I'm on 3 hours. In 3 hours, I'm assuming that means, but yeah, I probably won't be on that long. Too tired for that. Too tired for a 6-hour-long stream this time. Right now, don't necessarily want to hinder other players, but you prefer to not be hindered yourself, so that's where the conflict comes in. Interesting. The horn. Toot the horns. Yeah. Stream probably won't last that long. Yeah, that's a good point. What I was getting at, yeah. So, for example, I don't need a med kit now. You need a med kit now. I'll keep it because you might need it later. Yeah. What if I ask Welly nicely? I'll probably fall asleep on stream. No, probably not. I'm just, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not this time. I also have a video to get out. I'm trying to think how kneeling works. Okay. It's kind of difficult because they don't have hips, you know? So I don't know if this is going to look weird. Because, like, in theory... Why is this not working? There we go. Jeez. In theory, her leg would need to, like, go all the way here, and then... I have a feeling that's not going to look right, so she might just have to be on, like, both knees. It's like just a problem with the style, right? Yeah, it's not going to look right. So she does just have to be kneeling on her, like how I have in the example here. think since everyone loses if they don't collaborate, it's kind of a good enough motivation, but I don't know if I've never designed a board game. Yeah, I mean, so let me think that through for another second. I think that, yeah, I mean, denial of certain things is, you know, a way to, like, hiding that resource, right? Be like, okay, you need that resource. I'm not going to give you that resource because I don't want you to have it because I'm against you, is a whole, like, that works on its own, right? I wouldn't necessarily say that's like social deduction necessarily. That's like the screwing each other over sort of aspect. But yeah. And I'm kind of stuck because I don't know how to make the game harder, because right now it's pretty easy. As long as you focus on staying ahead of the storm, you're usually fine. Yeah, it'd be, I mean, honestly, it'd be hard to know without playing it. If you want, you could always try to set up a playtest in the playtest server, in the playtest area of the server. Yeah, this looks fun. But yeah, it's that's a tricky one. Balance is very difficult for sure. You know what? I don't want to rotate things more than I need to. Line quality's already like down a little bit, but okay. I'm a little too locked in again. Give me a sec to unlock. Other than the blizzards, aren't really any other dangers at the moment. You could have like sort of like, you know, random challenge cards kind of deal. Like just that try to like offset the Toots, you got me again. I forgot about my hat. Yeah, you could have like random challenges, right? That like random event cards that cause something weird to happen. That could be a way to make things more difficult, but it could also be, you know, maybe too random. So that isn't necessarily good for game balance per se, but yeah, here we are. What is the train taking? And advancing was dependent on completing a task. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like different tasks, different difficulties to make the train advance further. That is kind of cool. Like you have to get cold of the engine, like, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, join free play just sounds interesting. Yo, Palaris 7. Let me know if I'm saying your name right. Dyslexic. Thank you. Hi, have a nice day, everyone. Oh, thank you. I feel like have you been here? I don't know. So right now the train passively consumes fuel, tank energy while all players try to refill. Okay, so it kind of is, yeah. Times the player can spend an action to fuel thing. Yeah, you basically already said what I was saying. An event deck, but they aren't really impactful enough. You need some more changing. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's probably a good first step, is making those more difficult. They said they were inspired by Nemesis, so I would assume they played it. And also probably the inspiration. You should share them if you need ideas. Yeah, I mean, if you want to throw them in the Discord server, any of the cards or anything, be happy to look them over. Okay, I need to draw a better creature. Adonimus. Adonimus. Creatures are hard. I agree. Although, honestly, I was made to draw like 20 different creatures during my, and by 20, I mean approximately 7. Did we do all 7 things as creatures? I don't know. I just opened my container here. I had to draw a ton of creatures during the art stream. By the way, the follower goal, well, I don't have it on screen on Twitch for 200 followers. We'll do another art day where I draw what chat suggests. So keep that in mind. I'll make a more detailed explanation in Discord tomorrow. You guys can have more context. Right now, we'll stuck around. I'll stick around a bit more and then go to bed because it's almost 11 p.m. There you go. Yeah, it's yeah, if you want to just yeah, make a post in your creations, you'll definitely check that out. I'm trying to decide if I want this to be like a cat or a dog or like a weird hybrid. Because my like initial thought was like a wolf, right? But you mentioned some sort of hybrid creature. So maybe we'll do that. All right. But yeah, I had to draw a bunch of creatures during our art stream. Because that's what everyone suggested. I want this creature. I'm like, oh God, save me. Okay, there's a head. The question is, do we do like, there's 2 options here, right? We do a smaller creature that's like this example, right? Obviously it looks better and not like some weird gremlin. Or we do a big creature who's like kneeling down to be pet. What do we want? Small or big creature? I feel like doing a smaller one is cuter, which kind of plays toward that more, but a big one could also be cool. 1 vote for big. 2 votes for big. It'd be cool to have one of the old gods minions. I think they were called endlings. I was tempted to do an endling because they technically do control endlings, but if this card doesn't work out the way this is that I plan, it would be bad. Like I would have to change the art. So I almost just kind of want to make it more generic and then you know, potentially have that interaction, because that's technically how they work mechanically. We could just throw an endling in here, but I don't know. Big. We want a big creature. Okay, everyone votes big. Got it. All right, we're gonna do like the kind of like dog bowing sort of pose, I think, is the way we'll do this. Okay, we need to do a new sketch. So its head is... head's here, its snoot is like there. Head's probably got to be bigger than that, huh? It's gonna be big. You do uber big and it's laying down, bending its back. Smaller is simpler, cuter, friendly. Big is hard, cooler, and more impressive. There you go. It's actually kind of reminding me of a drawing Anonymous is doing the other day on stream, where it was like this giant dragon creature, except it was like killing a little guy with its giant claw. I don't know, it was funny. It was a good drawing. It's a different vibe, but it was funny. You'll have to forgive me. It's just got human arms. Just a beefy human arm. It needs more of a neck is the part of the problem. I did not. Oh God, help, help. Okay. I think I'll head to bed now. See you guys tomorrow. Good night, y'all. Good night. Have a great night. Sleep, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Sorry, I'm contemplating here. Keep hitting the wrong button. I think I said the post on Discord. Yeah, it was really good. It was funny. It was a cute one. I'm unsure. I'm unsure. I'm just unsure. Stop. There we go. Yeah, animals definitely are not my specialty, but we're doing our best here. I guess I really should just be doing like general construction. Like there's its shoulder, there's its leg, there's its hip. It's kind of doing the dog bow thing, you know, right? Knee. Definitely God's butt too far in the air. It also should have... God, how do dogs work? Or any animal, really. This should go this way, and it has this, and then the legs go that way, and then there's a foot. Its proportions are definitely wrong, yet again. Maybe its butt was high enough in the air. I also think it probably might be better just to be partly off screen, but... How am I doing? Am I doing okay? Not really anything yet. Kind of their chest, right? Like that. You do have a rib cage. Any animal drawing experts here? I'm not sure I like the pose anyway. Its body also is just too small for its head, I think is part of the problem. There we go. That feels better. It was like way too small. Give it a bunch of hair so you don't have to make focus chart on it. Okay, yeah, here it is. Look at this. This is one of Adonimus's drawings. He did that on his stream. Little guy in the front, unbeknownst to him, his friend's about to get got. Which honestly almost makes me want to just... Two ideas. Okay, so this is sketch 1. Sketch 2 would be like big animal head, right? Like almost dragon sized, right? Gargantuan creature. Right? Whatever, I don't know. This isn't like this, right? Big old head. Snoot. I don't know how the neck would work here. His shoulders would be here. Like, it's just like big old creature, right? We could do that. Like very, very big creature. Or alternatively, we put the character in a different position. I almost think like you could have something like... This is kind of what Adonis was saying, but not. Character could be sitting. And we have like a big character, a big animal. Kind of wrapped around them. What if it was just a ball with the tiniest feet and hands? Just like. I'm just a little guy. Yeah. I kind of like that too. The beast hammered chew toy in their hand. That'd be funny. Yeah, do we like this one best? I feel like this one's kind of cute. Hi, it's me. I'm a little guy. Huzzah. It's me, just a little guy. Yeah, I kind of like this one the best. The scariest beast of them all, and then she can just be like petting him. Okay, I guess we're drawing a giant wolf like this. Yeah, I think this is. I kind of instantly drew it and knew that it looked good. Look at reference. Dog laying down. Maybe it's because I nailed the pose easily. Problem is finding the right pose. They kind of do look more abstract though when they're just in a little ball. Which I guess is kind of to my advantage, right? We can do, yeah, we'll do a more advanced sketch here. Let's just do blue, I guess. I don't know. Okay, start with construction beats. What are you doing? Head. Snoot. I think the head actually looks pretty decent here. That's what I've already done. This one's going to take a good while to do. The background's going to have to be pretty simple. Big old ears, why not? I almost feel like maybe it needs to be like more turned, like its snoot should be facing more this way. Which kind of like messes everything up based on what I have here. Just in case I decide this is a bad idea. How are we doing on ad time? I think we're probably about to hit another one. Yeah, 5 minutes. This would be a good opportunity to put Luna in the game. Could be a giant cat. We sort of have Luna in the game a little bit. She's the Voidlings are inspired by her. Or, you know. I feel like a black cat doesn't really work here, though. Like in a snow environment. There we go. Just the biggest, fluffiest tail possible. Aha! We have to find Luna. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think that through because I need to, I'm gonna need to find her. I don't know where she is, and the ad is about to start. So, let's do this. We're gonna force the ad early. And then right after that, we will do the find Luna to redeem. Sound good? Otherwise, you might have like the ad hit midway through. I guess you're subscribed, but it feels more fair to everyone. So we're gonna do the ad right now, and then we will do Luna. So give me just a sec. We're gonna start the ad, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Here's the BRB screen.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads, would you mind?
This was because even though that unit seemed to be the only resource players had, there was actually another one, Action Economy. On a given turn, a player could only play one of each type of cards, with the exception of spells, along with heroes only being able to attack once per turn. Having enemies with more powerful attacks made combat more about trading card for card and not about losing units, which kind of felt against the point of the game. Adding smaller enemies meant players would generally be losing units off of cards, but still using an entire action to deal with smaller enemies. Next day, I implemented these changes and found that it was feeling better already. Both sides were allowed to ramp up, making the game feel an appropriate level of challenging, along with allowing a player to actually build up cool synergies. Being basically halfway through the jam, we decided it was about time to come up with a theme for the game. For the players, we were only really using random fictional hero names, and for the evil deck, really just generic monsters. So there were 3 options that I suggested. 1, leave it as is, meaning random monsters. This was my least favorite of the options, but probably the easiest. Most of the creatures we were using were iconic, goblins, slimes, dragons, which makes them easier to draw because they already have an iconography. Option 2 was demons. Make the cards imps, demon lords, fiends, etc. This felt more cohesive and clear-cut. And option 3 was chaos and entropy creatures. At this point, wasn't really exactly sure what this would look like. I was kind of thinking of eldritch creatures, although honestly, I don't really know anything about eldritch lore. So I ended up kind of imagining League of Legends or Risk of Rain 2's void creatures. We thought this would probably be the most unique, but also the most challenging, as there really wasn't anything to base it on. And because I wanted to make my life harder, apparently, we ended up going with option 3 because we felt really it was the most interesting option. At this point, I started on the card art, mostly the text box, indicators, and headers. Then Kyle reached out to me with an idea to make cards more unique by giving them specific names, like how Magic cards have unique names for each card. While this was a cool idea, I had concerns for 2 reasons. One was we had multiple copies of each card in a deck. This felt weird because I didn't think it would make sense if you had 2 of the same character in each deck. Which of course the solution to this was to make unique versions of each card with minor differences, but at this point something had occurred to me. I had under a week to make 80 different card arts, and I wasn't about to double that number. So Kyle came up with a good compromise by adding lore elements to the cards, like what regions the structures or heroes were from. This was a great compromise as we could keep the game as is and only make 1 art per card. At this point, we figured the game should have a name. We went back and forth a bit, but ended up deciding on Armies Against Entropy. It had some good alliteration to it and explained exactly what the game was about. So you'll notice I've been showing cards that look mostly like this throughout the video, but actually at this point, the game looked more like this, which really meant I needed to buckle down and actually get the card art done. And so the next 4 days of my life consisted of just that.
I have returned. Okay, I'm gonna go find Luna. Assuming you're back. As long as Halfling's here, he redeemed it. So I think it's only fair. Hi, hello. Okay, you all have to promise not to judge me because she is laying on a pile of my clothes. And then I'll show you Luna. Let me make sure this is working. The search begins. I cast Extreme Judgment. Okay. Give me just a second. Let's, again, you won't be able to hear me. I won't be able to hear you. Half the time I can't even see what I'm filming. So, actually, let me see if I can set that up real quick. Let me just pull up my screen. Can. Pull up my stream. Put it in a mini mode. Pull up my camera. Oh, I hear myself. Don't want that. Okay, let's do this thing. Nope, wrong thing. Hold on. Hold. Okay. We're working? Cool. BRB. Let's find her. All right. We have returned. Everyone's freaking out. Okay. Search begins. Cast Extreme Judgment with Extreme Prejudice. We can't see. Hi. Hello. Luna. So cute, kitty. The yawn was peak stream. I know. Yeah, the yawn was really good. That was a good yawn. That was a good heckin' yawn. I'll tell you what. You know the great part about this pose is that I don't need to draw half of the carrot, half of the wolf. I don't know. I feel like a dire wolf is cool, right? I don't know. It doesn't have to be a dire wolf, but it just seems correct. You could do like some sort of hybrid creature, but like some sort of collar. You could, in theory, make it like, you know, I don't know. I think this is good. They kind of have like a larger back and then there's kind of like a indent in there, you know? So, okay. What do we think? Do we like that idea? Is that better? Do you like that more than the petting one? I think it works. Yes. Okay. Cool. So her pose is a lot easier now. I want to make her as big as I can. And then we'll position the wolf in a proper manner. Maybe just a smidge of rotation here. Kind of looks like she's like leaning back into it, right? And then maybe we make the wolf bigger too. I have too many sketches here. Cool. Honestly, the wolf is the background. I don't need to draw anything after this. Let me take her legs. I always find the sitting poses for these characters really funny because it just looks kind of cute. I could like give her a bend in the knee, but maybe I should. What if we do that? What if we do like one knee up? I feel like that feels more like even more chill, you know? Kind of goes with the whole vibe. Like she is extremely comfortable, you know? Like I ain't afraid no beast. I overdid it though. And then we do her left hand will just be like on her knee. Like so. And her other hand will be there. Yeah. I think this is cute. Let's give a slightly different color background so we don't have to be staring at a white screen the whole time. I know it hurts my eyes. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's kind of nice to have a slightly less whatever color. Only thing that hurts my eyes is not seeing you every day. Toots, you flatter me too much. The only thing that hurts me is that Toots isn't streaming yet. Because I don't get to see your lovely face every day. I'm working on it, he says. Well, work faster. Dang it. You let me know when you need me. My D850 decided to stop working as a webcam, so probably just going to use my Mac camera. I mean, that's fine. Honestly, you hardly need like a real whatever. It worked quite nicely for about 30 minutes. Was it the battery pack thing or was it something else? Or fluffs on the ears too much. Yeah, I think it makes it look too cute. Stop being recognized. Is it a driver thing? I don't know how Sony works. Is Sony? No, you have a Nikon. What am I talking about? I think you have a Sony camera. Sorry, yeah, one of my other friends has a Sony camera. That's weird. Because like I know for my Canon you have to have like a special software for it to work. You have to have EOS utility or whatever the heck it's called. The only thing here. Also, I'm probably just gonna draw the wolf. Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna draw it and then we'll, because the tail has to go over her on one side, so, but its back has to be behind, so it's like kind of a little weird to draw it, but happy with that. Tail fluff is not exactly how I want it to be. There's a driver you install that will recognize it. I tried reinstalling it, not available. I gave up after a few hours trying. Yeah. Stuff is annoying, dude. I know the feeling. Maybe part of the problem, then you do like this. More variation. Maybe? No, this doesn't seem like that's not it. Okay. Good enough. Big toe beans. Like, how do I do the neck? But fluffs. The neck is fluffs. Little fluffy mane. The answers was fluffs all along. Starting to think y'all were just here for the Luna redeem, and then you all disappeared after. You're all just waiting for it. Maybe. I know, I get it. Luna's the real star of the show. Who the heck is this Nathan guy? Freaking Nathaniel. Possible. Natal B. That's even your real name. Gotta give the little snoot there. I don't like having like, because dogs have like that like thing on the bridge of their nose. John LaPalma's Alana, Dawn with a Fawn that yawns. Hello? Yeah. John, you must address him by his official title. Please, and thank you. You must address him by his full official title. It's too long to read. True. was trying to get out of drawing this dog's back leg, but I don't think it's happening. We do that. There we go. Extra fluff. Extra fluff. That's a Terminator. Tangent? Terminator? Wait, what am I? A tangent. What are they called? I don't remember. When two lines intersect in a weird way that they aren't supposed to. Or like there are two whatever. I can't remember the actual term. Tangent. Okay, thank you. I forgot. I forgore. Kind of the poem was Lonodon with a fawn that yawns, then yawns. Oh, it's then yawns. I think I got it wrong. Why would you do this? I got his full official title wrong. Why would you do that? I think this is pretty heckin' cute. What do you think? I think she needs to be looking at the thing though, and then we're gonna need to give her expression as well, but little happy face. Too big of a brush. I think I almost need to use this. We've lost all texture being so small. Full smirk. Yeah, Twitch shop is better. Ooh, special bits as a special icon. Yeah, it's the channel points now has the as an icon. It is now Beatcoin. Okay, to make my life easier, we are going to Beatcoins. Gonna be honest, my computer's hanging on by a thread. No. Oh, hello. Hydrate. Cheers. No, Mr. No toot. I think Sean. Wait, what happened with Toot? Or are you thinking? Oh, I just said it. Whatever, I don't know. Sorry, I got confused there. I don't want to use the same color there. Maybe more of like a sort of beige-ish color. Doesn't look as good without the sketch, huh? Classic. Standing desk. This one isn't very common redeemed. It's true. It's because it's expensive. Well, I don't even know if it's that expensive. I think I reduced it. But it's standing time. Okay. I'll make sure I stand up straight when I'm standing. standing, but my song isn't playing. You need me to play it for you, Toot? I think I kind of want to use the sketch here. Let's do this. Color overlay. If I hit the right thing, it would be nice. We're using the sketch and the art. He's doing it. He's doing the forbidden technique. Did I hear a kitten? The kitten. You little purr machine. His little face. Sandia summons Luna pretty often, or makes her run away, one of the two. Oh, she's so freaking fluffy. I wish there was a I don't know, fluff-a-vision, you know, so you can feel the fluff. You're so freaking soft, huh? You want to go down? She looked like she wanted to jump down, and I'm like, this Luna in a box and ship her to my house. She probably would sit in the box for sure, you know? Okay, I want to kind of play around with some, give it a little bit of hand coloring a little bit. I want this though. Oops. I don't know. Is this looking good? I don't know. Am I going too mad with power? I don't know. I think its eyes have to be thicker. Maybe I don't want the sketch on the thing anymore. Yeah, it doesn't feel right anymore. It was a worthwhile experiment, though. I do want that color back, though, almost. Is it this one? I just want to do a bit of shading with that. Kind of giving him some variation because he's only got one sort of tone going for him, so I figured I'd give him something, you know. Luna's an eldritch being, calling it now. Basically, and there's this one. This card was designed after Luna. That one. The Voidling, which is just eyeballs, but a little mouth, but you know, thought it was funny. The Bard art is freaking sick. Yeah, it turned out really good. I'm really happy with it. Look at that guy. Here, extra, read all about it. It's a kitten in a box. We're past 3 hours. We sure are. I'm probably gonna finish this drawing and then I'll be done, I think is the goal. Now close the lid and put the address on it and send her money for postage. There you go. 1 free Luna. Well, I guess not free, but you know. Okay, so we have the wolf. We also want... It needs to also be partly in front of her. So we need to do... I'm going to make a copy of it. And then we will do I guess a clipping mask. And then I guess it's just the tail, right? So we just go select the tail and yeah, what did I just do? Broke it. Have to go. Though I will be at next stream. Okay, dude, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for stopping by and all that, you know? This is not, oh. Why is her hand? Oh, because of the pot. Right. X. There we go. Do you like the tan colorations in him, or is that kind of like too much? Goodbye, Sean the Palmer's lawn, a dawn with a fawn, and something. With a fawn, then yawns. What are you doing? Like licking herself, but loud. A little bit more brown for the snoot. Like dark brown instead of black. Or like an additional extra brown kind of there as well. He's just ripping up paper and eating it, I think. Brown instead of black for the snoot and the toes. Okay. Of course, I put those on the same layer. Like a dingus. Okay, we can change it. I can fix it. Like that, maybe. A little less harsh. Oh, yeah. Green corn thought the corn. That's wild. That thing you just said, that was wild. Beats the builder can fix it, he says. True. Okay. I think that's good. Good call. It was too dark for sure. Let's do some shading. Mostly. Maybe we should just do the background first. I think what do we think the background should be? I mean, it's mostly taken up by the wolf, so we don't really need to do much. Is she like outside? Yeah, that's the question. It's definitely in the snow of some sort, or like could be a snowy forest. Igloo in the sunset. I could potentially see that. They're sort of more like tech-based a little bit. An icicle cave. Let's do a sketch. I was thinking a cave too. Maybe like, I guess she's out on like some sort of patrol or something. Like you can see the outside over here of the mouth of the cave, maybe. Like it looks snowy out here. You know, no drifts. And then like in here we got the old stalactites. Like craggly rocks. Campfire in front of them. Not a bad idea. That will inform our lighting for sure. I don't want to like obstruct the characters. That's my only thing. So it'll be like here. And it'll be like this. I think that works. That seems fun. That'd be a good idea for ambient lighting, yeah. It's always nice to know where your light source is coming from, right? A lot of time I'm like, oh, I should, you know, draw the lighting. It's like, no, you should draw the background first, because otherwise you don't know where the lights are coming from. Okay. Okay. So here's the earth. rim lighting from the mouth of the cave. That's kind of what I was thinking too. You're thinking my thoughts. I'm using your brain to think my thoughts. There's this cave I went to as a kid. Luray Caverns. And I never really understood how cool it was because they have this organ that can that plays in the cave. And as a kid I was kind of like, cool, an organ, sure, music, nice. But the way they did it was that they hooked it up to the stalactites and figured out the frequency of them, and it has like a little hammer that hits the stalactite and makes the sound. And that's kind of cool. That's all of my story, really, honestly. But it was a cool thing that I never noticed was cool until recently. I was like, wait, that's actually kind of sick, though. Wow, that's really cool. It's stalactite, not stalactite. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Words are hard. Stalactite? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've always said it wrong. I was today years old. I figured out I said that word wrong. Stalagmite, stalactite. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's stupid. That's both interesting and stupid. I disagree. Actually, how can you get that confused? I mean, I know which one's which. I know the hanging ones. The hanging ones are tight because they're tight to the ceiling. Duh, obviously. Well, actually. How do I draw fire in this style? Drawing fire in my style. Hey, guess what? I haven't saved this yet. That'd be really sad if it just died. We're just being bullies. I know. I was gonna cry about it. Sorry, we're just picking on you today. I would say you haven't really been picking on me. Not like consistently throughout today. Background. No. Card art. Old God cards. I need, I don't know, Wastelands. I just need the right colors for fire. I guess it's this yellow and the other red. I need this, I need this. Let's start with this. Dancing. Don't have any dancing emotes. I feel like that's like an obligatory one to have, but like I don't really play a lot of different music on my stream, which I kind of would like to, but I also don't want to play non-royalty free music for YouTube purposes. And I guess Twitch purposes. It's kind of nice to have the VODs, in my opinion. You could just do it and not care, but you know, here we are. Almost hour 4, indeed. Honestly, it's kind of consistently gone longer than I've meant it to. That's okay. I don't even care anymore. I've got a second wind. Sort of. Look, I can dance. Sorry, that is a seizure. Trying to think of a way to pick on you, but the only thing that comes to mind is how good looking you are, and that wouldn't work well. Yeah, you don't even know how to pick on me. You don't even know. Okay, let's do... This is not going to be the color. It's going to need to be like... I guess we'll do... I don't know, what's kind of a cave color? I mean, rock is, you know, brown or gray, I suppose. Gray. This is kind of a gray. The grayish brown. We'll go with... That's her color, so we're not going to do that. We'll do this, I suppose. It's going to change color because of all the lighting anyway, so this will work. Let's pull open Tundra as well, because we're going to sample some colors from there. Lands. Tundra. Oh, that might be too bright, though. We can change it later. It is. Kind of want a bluer color, though, because it'd be nice to have the blue behind it. Anonymous is streaming. Nice. You do that, you know? You do the stream. Damn it. Yum, yum. Cool light from behind, warm light from the front. Yum, yum. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Like orange and blue? Orange and blue. I hate orange blue. Terrible color combo. Who would choose that? Some idiot. Oh my god. Apparently I'm an idiot. I can't select a freaking friggity frick. Hello? Stop? Oh my god, what's happening? Oh, I know. It's probably freaking dumb alt menu. I can freaking... Yeah. Stupid Windows. Do like this color. And then wrong layer. Bro. And then a darker color. That one. I was trying to be productive while watching. Don't procrastinate. Don't do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Get work on your game done. I'm almost wondering... We do have like a little bit of... Like a warm hue, but... kind of sunset-ish. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I know it's supposed to be warm or cool light coming from outside, but I don't know, we'll see. Let's do some. Did you release a clipping mask? Alt, Control, hello? There we go. Click on the line, right? Knife or gore. A little bit of glow. And a little bit of smoke, maybe. Doesn't really do much, but that's okay. For now, that's good. Not dissolve. Who uses dissolve blend mode? Anyone? I actually do too, believe it or not. I was kind of being silly. Sitting time. Oh, we're scaring the kitten. No, it's okay. Okay. Oh, don't leave it. Oh, I didn't mean it. I tried. It is one of those ones that seems we're hitting ads. Okay, well, oh yeah, we are. We're just about to hit an ad. Okay, we're not actually in one yet. Ooh, scared there for a second. Okay, well, we're gonna hit an ad, so I'm gonna do one more break. Then we're gonna finish the card, and then we're gonna be done. We've gone again far longer than I meant to, but you know, what can you do? Okay, I will be right back.
If you don't mind, just off the top of your heads,
all right,
would you mind
all right, DDP, have a good one.
Favorite and least favorite
Appreciate you being
part of
here.
playing this was?
I'll be honest, and I hate to say this, but I don't.
I was
video
playing
at this
Dungeons and
point.
Dragons the other day, and by the other day, I mean like a year and a half ago, and my players were in combat with a monster. This was a pretty standard fight, but things ended up getting kind of dicey. No pun intended there. It was kind of intended. I wrote it in the script, but I didn't think, you know, whatever. Let's just get on with the story. Anyway, so one of my players ended up getting knocked unconscious. I'm generally pretty nice to my players, so this was actually a somewhat rare occurrence, which is maybe not how a dungeon master should operate, but I just end up wanting all the characters to be friends, and I don't know. But yeah, after the player was knocked out, the very next turn, they were quickly healed by another player and back on their feet as if nothing happened. Then they quickly attacked and defeated the monster. After the session, there was something about this fight that bothered me. And I think it was the lack of impact of not only being knocked out, but the lack of impact of damage as a whole. There were no lasting effects on the character. It really felt like there should be some sort of repercussions after being beaten senseless. And I'm not even talking about mechanically here. I'm talking about from a character standpoint. You would expect a character to at least be somewhat traumatized or afraid or something after being knocked out by a terrifying monster. So when working on my game, I kept all this in mind, and I think I found a way to solve this problem by allowing damage to be impactful to the character narratively as well as mechanically. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my tabletop RPG deck builder called Soul. Today we're going to be talking about my new equipment system, items, and how that relates to health. When I was trying to solve this problem, two game systems kept popping to mind. One was Mech Warrior's slot-based inventory system. Each weapon or component was equipped onto your mech onto a slot on their body. And when that part was damaged, it would no longer function. And the other one was the singular time I LARPed. Yeah, that thing where you run around in a local park and hit nerds with foam swords. It was high school, I don't know, what do you want from me? I'm totally kidding, I don't have anything against LARPing. I mean, look at me. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game by myself for fun. Anyway, but yeah, the specific LARP I went to used a limb-based system for health. If you get hit in the arm, you can't use it anymore, and if you get hit in that limb again, you're dead, essentially. So really the same concept as Mech Warrior, just simplified. So with that in mind, I decided to make a slot-based inventory system with health as well. This will help a player sympathize with their character more. Damage generally is pretty nebulous. A player having 25 out of 100 health doesn't really mean anything to them, other than that it's kinda low. However, a character having 2 broken legs and a dislocated arm is probably something they can relate to. This also forces a player to adapt to their situation, both in a mechanical sense and a narrative one. Now, the rest of the details I'm a bit fuzzy on, so bear with me a bit. I have 2 separate ideas on how this will lay out. One is a character sheet that will look something like this, having a slot for each body part: head, shoulders, knees, toes, etc. Except not really that at all, and more like head, body, right and left arm, right and left hand, legs, and feet. I felt like this was a good idea, but after a while I felt like it was sort of limiting. How many cool arm items will there be compared to like actual weapons or items you'd hold in your hand? Or say you have a character who has a shirt that you like, but you also want a jacket over it. I'm only kind of kidding with that example. Anyway, so instead I just tried a different format, going with head, body, legs, right and left hand, and 3 utility slots that could take any sort of item. I was hoping this would give a player a little bit more freedom and flexibility with builds, without forcing them to only do 1 type of item per slot. So, not sure which way to go, but I'll figure it out soon. There's also a different problem other than me not being able to make up my mind. Is that I've been planning on doing customizable items. These would be made up of cards and therefore need multiple slots. This is going to be similar to a lot of war games you see these days, where you can equip different add-ons to your weapons or your other equipment.
As the prophecies have foretold. I have a feeling I'm really going to like this card when it's done. I already like it a lot. It's very cute. Very good. Oh. All right, let's start with a overall lighting pass. I think that break was more bad for me than good. I think I'm more tired than I was. Blend mode feels like the right thing to do, but I don't know if it's really working super well. Usually I do soft light. Maybe that works. I don't know. Okay, let's do a more targeted pass on lighting. Mm. Looking so cozy. um, mm, on full focus mode. Mostly because I think everyone else has gone focus mode. Or is gone. Still here, but you're focused, aren't you? You're a focused boy. How do you know? Because you weren't saying anything. Because you weren't saying nothing. I'll tell you what. Okay. Oh yeah, take this. Well, you know what? You hydrate. Got him. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna hydrate or something? But you won't, coward. All right, I'll take a sip. I ain't no coward. Look how cozy this looks. Am I wrong? Does this look cozy as heck? I want to cuddle up with this big dog. Need some really strong contact shadows, I think. Right here. Some of that ambient occlusion, though. You know what I'm saying? Not that. What is a contact shadow? A shadow that is formed. This is maybe a little like dramatic, but the shadow that is formed on a thing, like close your, it doesn't, you can't see it super well with my hands, but close your fist, right? The area between your knuckles, like no light can get through there, right? Like there's like a little bit of shadow just because of, just because your hands are like so close together, right? Like the area where like things are coming in contact. So like if, put my two hands together, in between my two hands, you can see it's like really dark because light can't physically wiggle its way in there, That's a contact shadow. I think contact shadow and ambient occlusion are the same word. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a difference, but good explanation demo. Thank you. Yeah. I didn't make it up. I've heard it like that before, so. But thank you for praising me. I needed it. Praise me more. Just kidding. JK LOL. I'm being selfish because I like this, and I've been meaning to do a new phone background, maybe. This might be it. Although I kind of feel like this area looks kind of meh, but okay. Shu came up with it. I did. It was me. I made it up. It was me. I was the turkey all along. Oh wait, did I turn off the... Yeah. I think the outside... This is just this. Could use a little bit of darkening, I guess. Oh wait, no, it's also this. Maybe, I don't know. Well, I'm using the wrong, have I been using the wrong shading brush? Dare I? Maybe not. Nah, never mind. I lied. Okay, I need some light coming from around the mouth of the cave. Why is it doing that? Can't leave work until the stream is over. There you go. I can't stop working until the stream is over. This is my job. Forgot that I have to do this in 2 places because the wolf has 2 copies because I'm a goof. I want to go home, so I'm going to dip to your friend. How dare you? You say I need to stream for X number of hours, and it hasn't even gotten to that point. And now you're leaving me? Is that what I'm hearing right now? Fine. If you can shame me into staying, I think I should be allowed to shame you into staying. But really, if you want to leave, you can. I don't. I'll only slightly mad. I'm downloading Twitch on my phone. You have a good point. I'm surprised you didn't already have it, to be honest. Okay, I think we need to do some like glow sort of stuff and then some like rim light, and then we might be done. 64 gigabytes storage problems. Oof. Big oof. Maybe not. Let me just here. Oh snap. No. No. Ah. Sorry, I was playing a different song. Friend was going through something rough. Oh no. Back. Now, wow, looking incredible. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming out good. Sorry to hear about your friend. I would say wish them the best for me, but they don't know me. Yeah, it's looking so cozy, huh? How often, sorry, this is like sort of related but unrelated. How often when someone goes like, oh, tell someone I said hi, how often do you actually say hi? I recommend the channel to her as well as multiple videos so she knows. Awesome. Thank you. I never say hi. That's what I'm saying. Like, I will never. They're like, oh yeah, say hi for me. It's like, yeah, definitely. I'll totally do that. Yeah, sure. Not once, not never. I always fulfill the request to say hi unless I don't like the person I'm being asked to deliver the hi to. I just, honestly, I forget. Usually. I'm like, oh, I guess I was supposed to say hi to them. Whatever. I feel like the background feels flat. Maybe I should just... I mean, half of it isn't going to be seen anyway, but the perfectionist in me and the person who's been streaming for this long kind of feels like I should just add some lines. Somehow that worked. I feel like people just say hi, just say that, but doesn't actually matter. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it does, but yeah, generally it does. Like, I think for the most part it doesn't, but like in a way it kind of does. Like, I guess my reaction if someone does that, if someone's like, oh, say hi to me for me, and then if they go like, oh, someone says hi, I'd be like, oh, cool, nice. Like, that's my reaction to that. So that's probably why I don't go like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know. Yeah, that's literally not even gonna be seen with the card border, but it's okay. It's a sentiment behind the shared, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's also like, I don't know. Is this in front of everything? No. I do want to do one last glow layer. Maybe with just like a more orangey orange. Kind of just over the rest of the piece. Now our stuff would be like kind of glowy. And maybe... It's like vivid light is kind of cool. I think we're good. What do you guys think? Cozy card, right? It's good for the sleepy stream. I guess like the fire maybe could use something, but like I'm not really sold on how the fire looks, but it's kind of cartoony, so it's like, I don't know. Maybe some like embers. Like smaller little, make it a little more sketchy. The fire itself could be brighter. Yeah. Add mode? Question mark? We're going too far. I think that might be it. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. I think that's good enough. That's all I have to say. That's cute as heck. I'm here for it. Man, it's gonna be so cool playing this game in real life. Reminding me seeing all these cards being made on real time. Yeah, I guess that would be a pretty cool experience. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll show you. Hold on. I do have a print and play. It would be really cool to actually have like a physical set to like release, but I can show you just because it's cool. I did make, like, I do have, oh god, it's not gonna be bright at all, huh? But I do have actual cards that I printed out. You know, it's really dark. Hold on, I can do this. I have the technology. Too bright. There you go. But yeah, you have a print and play of them. That would make the backside look like a physical edition. Oh, literally, yeah. I've got the Armies Against Entropy logo. They're shiny. Yeah, it's because they're in card sleeves. So you got the little, you know, which really helps if you're doing like your own print and play thing. But yeah, definitely recommend card sleeves if you're doing your own print and play. If you want to see really shiny, I did make one. Made a holographic card. You can get like holographic sticker paper, and I just put it on one of the cards. So, that one I found really fun. And the rainbow. Yeah. There you have it. Tyler Borderless makes them look really sleek. Yeah, I really like the borderless look. I know it's like, I guess it's more common now, especially with like alternate arts and stuff, but I don't know. I like the look of it. I think it's nice. Yeah, it looks good. I'm happy with this. Okay, I can turn off this light. I'm like blinding myself. I'm like, eh. Okay, file, export. Actually, first of all, save, then export. Sometimes exporting crashes my thing, so Beast Tamer, PNG. Done. We're nearing the end because I'm tired. I'm tired and Beets. Tired and also Beets. So yeah, I guess we're done with all the new cards. Like I said, there's infinite possibilities to keep making more, so we will have to kind of like figure out if that's what we really want to be doing. I really should set up some more playtests. Maybe, God, I keep saying it, but maybe I'll try to get something set up Friday. But yeah, maybe I'll try to do a sleep time for me. 35 more minutes. Oh, I can't. Oh, is that your drive home? Help me. What am I doing? Hard art. This is a hero. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, I'm driving now. Driving and texting. Man's living dangerously. Stop responding to me. Or else. No responding allowed, sir. Okay. At a red light still, dude. Look at that. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, wait. You guys can't even see. Why didn't you guys tell me I was still on my face cam? There we go. Sorry, I just implemented onto the card. What if you had a card suggestion channel in the Discord where you made basic arts for the cards and basic effects and give you inspiration, and then you could remake the ones you like? Yeah, honestly, I did want to do that as like maybe a sub goal or something, as like a card design competition. I was thinking that. Oops, this is Anonymous's art. One day I'm just gonna leak something by accident by doing that. I thought I had, I guess I think I have something, yeah, soul suggestions. I have something for soul, but maybe I should do, technically I had, you can use, what is it called? There's like a command, what is it? Not decky. Codex. That's it. And you can have it so you like could do a command that puts it, like sends me, like there's like a way to do suggestions that way. So that could potentially work, or we just have a server where like you do that kind of thing. But I do like that idea. And I mean, I would definitely do it. I feel like a lot of people don't know the game super well. Like a lot of people just like the stream, and don't necessarily know the game super well. So I don't know how, like, well, maybe I know there's some, like there's two people. Some people know the game, and some like, and the other people just like kind of are here for the whatever. So the vibes or whatever you want to call it. I think my brain just shut down like midway through that. Yeah. But yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I don't know. Like, I definitely am down to do more cards, but at the same time, I also think that I don't know if that's like the smart thing to do. I love doing art and that kind of stuff. I love drawing those. I love coming up with ability designs. It's very fun. I just don't know if it's the thing I should do. You know? So. I guess next stream will either be me talking, me talking more about this, like trying to figure out what to do next, and probably stream improvements, because that's usually what we do at the same time. Or maybe playtesting the game. Maybe we'll try to get someone on to playtest. I want to playtest so I can understand the game. Are you free Friday at 7 o'clock? I wasn't expecting to like or even care about the game, but I got hooked on the idea. I can't wait to play with some friends. That would be, yeah, I mean, definitely let me know what you think if you do. Because that would be cool. So yeah. Yeah, I need to do more public playtests too on my Discord. We'll have to set some of that stuff up again too. Okay, I think I'm half asleep, so I'm going to be done and probably take a nap. Let's find someone to raid though. In just a second. I should set up. Okay, and then let's find someone. A lot of people we know streaming. A lot of people we know. Try to ask, is there any debuff card so far? Bye, buddy. Thanks for the quality stream. No problem, my dude. Appreciate you being here, dude. Duders. Duderino. Debuff cards. Sort of. There's like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they're like enemy debuffs for the player, but not really the other way around, I don't think. I like sort of, but not really. It just feels out of whatever. You know, we're gonna raid this guy again. Cause he's cool. And I can't think about it, so we're just gonna do this. Alright, we're gonna raid Carson Druitt. He's really cool. Yeah, sorry for you YouTube people. Can't join us. Unfortunately, I wish it was you can technically raid, but it's just not the same. So anyway, great streams. Have a good day. Thank you so much. You as well. I will see you all on Friday. Again, we'll probably be either doing playtesting or something else. So anyway, catch you all later, and